Good day and good evening, and welcome back to P12S Mount Farm with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, the game plan is, for the previous runs, we've had like approximately like 8 or 9 players that have been like the same. How can it be 9? Well, we had a replacement this one time. And as it stands, we still need, like among those, like the chosen ones, you could say, 3 are still missing a mount. So the game plan is to try and get as many mounts as we can. We will start with as close to the same party as we had previously, and then we're aiming to get those 3 mounts. If we get those 3 mounts, the game plan would be to like try and cycle one player at a time, so that we can maximize our chances of getting more mounts. Now, some of you might be saying, but P12S Unsynced is not that bad. There's like 4 mechanics that really matter. Yeah, but that's 4 mechanics that you kind of have to nail them, otherwise it's a wipe. And turns out, that's still pretty hard for a lot of players. So we will see if we can do it. We will see if we can do it. We just need 3 mounts to reach the amount that we would be satisfied with, and if we can get more than that, that would be fantastic. Now, first of all, we're waiting for Ross to respond. Now, and with that said, hey Mizunashi, hey Telema, hey Ross, hey Seros, hey Naomi, hey Sally, hey Nox, hey Raging Bull, hey Jen Monica, hey Tina Lee, hey Kit Kat Bar, hey Copper Sulfate, hey Catfish Jr., and hey Nosha, and Milo. Hope you're doing well. So your questions, Kit Kat Bar. 1, no, you can't, because there is no party finder. I choose who I'm inviting. 2, correct. I believe we have skipped Caloric Theory once, but the key is, when you say with good DPS, it's still like, you need to not make any significant mistakes that can lose you damage. And then you have to remember that some of the players in our team are not Savage Raiders. So like their item level cap right now is 750. And their weapons are limited by the relic weapon. And you might say, but they could just get well, I mean, the extreme ones are the same item level as the relic ones, but you get the point. We have managed to do Caloric, or skip Caloric, but the point is that we're basically going in assuming that we have to do it, but if we can skip it, fantastic, right? That's the game plan. Have we never skipped it? I feel like we skipped it at least once. Have we never skipped it? Oh well. Jose Gassel, and what's up, dude? And Emily. Oh, and Ardell. Hope you're doing well. Well, fair enough. We've almost skipped it several times. I think the closest we've been then must have been like, I do believe there's been cases where we've been like exactly 0.1%. Rust over here. Missing the invite by 5 minutes. And welcome back to the Cult of the Paint, Nosha. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoyed the emotes once again. And also, hey, Popular Monster and False Geek. Hope you're doing well. Looks like losing my bank card made the renewal impossible. Who would have thought? Yeah, that would probably do it. Yeah, Fascinating. That would cause problems. Hey, Caitlin. Hope you're doing well. Caitlin says I got my 4th Realm Reborn relic done this morning. Meanwhile, I have this and this. I'm working on 6 relics, actually 7 relics, like semi-simultaneously. Hey Eyelid, hope you're doing well. Right. So, Was Cat, where did you have the M1 or M2 position? Do you remember? Actually, I think I wrote it down. Cat was M1, so that would mean that Naomi would be subbing in as M2. Does that make sense, Naomi? Yeah, same light party as you tanked. Poor cover for when the mounts fall. Hey, Matthew. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully the mounts will fall. It is pretty wild. Because this whole journey of mount farming started with like early Shadowbringers mounts during like mid-Endwalker or so. Like this specific way we're doing it here. Kind of. And now we're here. On the last boss of the previous expansion. Like we're actually... We've kind of caught up in that respect. Hey Shackman, hope you're doing well. Next weekend 4 is mount runs, right? I don't think so. I don't think so. Remember stance.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest. From nothing I mold life.
Nope.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
What an excellent start. That is pretty far, Shackman. With only level 63, I wouldn't have expected you to be able to get that far either. Hey Liv, hope you're doing well. Caitlin says I didn't know you could grab multiple books at once. You can't, but you can have multiple relics at that step at once. I only have one book. But I've just pushed all of them to that that specific step, so I don't have to lug around a whole bunch of Atma anymore. Are you ready, Nox? Hey Jason, hope you're doing well. That is a good tip. Just don't die, Laval. Sure you can, Caitlin. What would prevent you from doing so?
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
No worries, Caitlin. It is one of those things where it's like, when you think about it, it's like, oh yeah, I guess there isn't any limitation. No worries. Now you know. Hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. Ah! Hey, I dodged at least.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Oop.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Ah. Almost. Almost. And to be fair, Shackman, most people skip the Calls of Bahamut like that.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
Like, since it is optional content and all that.
From nothing I mold life.
From nothing, I mold life.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Of course, Jackman. I'm not saying you can't. Not at all. I'm just saying, don't worry. It's not unusual to skip that part. It's not unusual.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Ah.
escape my eternal gaze.
Remember, if you're the one with the laser, you're also the one that needs to take the tower when it is placed down. It's the same, it should be the same side. This was dead when tower appears. Ah, right. Not much you can do then. I think there's some players that can, like, survive subbing in, but I was just repeating it in case it wasn't, like, in case it was, like, a misunderstanding. But if you're dead, there's limits to what you can do when you're dead. Turns out those limits include taking a tower. Shockingly.
From nothing, I
266,000. Wow. By the power of dancer buffs. From nothing, she molds life. She's molding life.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation. You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Oh. Okay. I believe she does not spin for this one. That's pretty good.
Could my theories have been flawed?
Was that like 12 minutes to get to phase 2?
Wished so ardently.
And more importantly, we didn't fail the 4 towers and the beams and stuff even once.
Part of Sabik.
That's really good.
Yes, the flaws are not mine. This misbegotten world.
Hey
is
Fern,
to blame.
hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. A rainbow! Fantastic! Another rainbow! Hey Jim, hope you're doing well.
God can fix it. My hands. I can create worlds or unmake them.
Cat says, is dance partner conversation worth having? It might be better to put the dance partner on Cat, given Pictomancer. Because it'll stay on me. What do you think is smarter, Cat? Which better weapon? Same. Although mine is melted. Hey QB, hope you're doing well. In regards to like raw ability to make more value out of bursts, Cat should be the stronger option, I think. But that of course relies on Cat nailing those bursts. The reason why I don't even bring it up is because like I think it might not matter enough, and Aradel gets to choose. But it's of course easy for me to say when I'm the one who becomes the partner. Aradel says I could alternate after clears. That's also an option. Then after 2 clears, we might be able to tell who's stronger. Maybe. And yeah, if you are enjoying the stream, that's maybe a little bit early to say. It does help me a lot if you leave a like on it to like tell the YouTube algorithm that this is a good stream, like other people enjoy it as well. So thanks so much in advance. I will get dance partner even if you were asked to lodge in if you ask. I might, but I wouldn't ask if it was it would be like something where it would be stupid for me to have it. $272,000. I think that's a new record. You love this? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's a wipe. By the way, Naomi, we have to circle around the blue one.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Yeah, remember, go to your lane, find blue thingy. If you're alpha, look for red. If you're beta, look for yellow. Make sure the red or yellow that you're picking, if you have choices, like if you have more than one you can pick from, don't choose the one that is next to another blue. Because someone else will have to pick that one. So you have to use your flexibility there. Hey Penguin, hope you're doing well. And I'm actually not sipping on coffee. The green one is just a flavored water. This one is tea. Nox needs a second. What kind of tea? It is mango and pineapple tea this time. I'll say CJ, hope you're doing well. We'll call it Alexander tea.
I can create well or unmake them. I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from peak to blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will! From base elements is greatness forged. Of God's will cannot be disobeyed.
Nox, I think you killed the left side. Oh yeah, we don't have any reses left.
Poor cover for when the heavens fall.
Basically, the way that new system works, Gazel, is that when you participate in the stream chat, you gain points. I believe there's like an internal cooldown on how often you can get points or something like that. And if you have the most points or are in the top 3, that happens.
Or unmake them.
And yes, it is a new feature. You also get points by just using super chats. So, like you can like in a smaller stream, quote unquote, you can basically just take the crown by sending a super chat. Interesting, I'm at 4th place, despite not having said much so far. Well, the thing is, if you say something with enough space, you'll just, you know, trigger the point gain every time the cooldown is up. So like saying a lot in a short time span doesn't give you a lot, but saying something every so often gives you a lot. But I guess it's like a fun mini game to do. But that's all it really is. Hey Erica, hope you're doing well. That's a goofy system? Yes it is. Donut, 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 donut.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Ow.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Hey Jacob, hope you're doing well, and thank you. We'll see if it comes up, but I do appreciate it. I did not, Agent Monica. I did not. I thought it was a little ridiculous in the first place. It was like, nah. I'm also pretty sure there was no way for me to participate in that event in the first place in Denmark. Nicole, hope you're doing well. Really, we're just figuring out the rust initially, and that unrelated to the rust in our party. So 0 mounts so far, but our target is at least 3.
I can create well or unmake.
Also, hey, Dedis and Bronto, hope you're doing well. The classical concept looks surprisingly overwhelming, but it's not so bad once you get it.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink, blackest night, I summon you!
Horizontal line.
The heavens bend to my will!
Here it's a build. Hope you're doing well.
Greatness forged.
Ah.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
UAV? Which one is that? UAV is the first mechanic. Oh. Right. I don't know, I think it's really funny. I think it's really funny. Especially given some of the related stories behind it. Like the fact that the mechanic is sort of it might be sort of a nothing burger itself makes it even funnier, because that makes it feel even more like they just like put it in there just because it would be funny.
Only I can guide its star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will! From base elements is greatness forged. A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for what the heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
Aradel, that was it. You hesitated.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
Or rather, you didn't hesitate, you moved one moment too soon. It's okay, Aradel, you don't have to apologize. We just go again. Hey, Haley. Hope you're doing well. And we almost had it.
I can create well or unmake. I will not be denied. Only I can guide its start with rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will! From base elements is greatness forged. A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for one that heavens fall. The elements flow
Nope.
according to my design.
That's incorrect. And it's over.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
I don't know, Kel. Haley says it would have been fine if they stayed south. No, it would not, because the southern wind would have knocked them. Basically, the knockback from here will kill them if they stand here. They have to go over there. They have to be over here. That's the reason. So that when Naomi went down there, we would have died to a different reason. South wind has enough movement to inch a little bit more. That might be true, Haley, but was the person who was standing there standing far enough away for that? Apparently, the actual animation of the knockback is smaller than the actual knockback itself. So even though it looked like they just needed to take a mini step further, that might not have been enough. I was like, hey Them, hope you're doing well. Yeah, if we actually nail it, we might be able to. To skip Caloric, I mean.
I can create well or unmake them.
Good luck, Taldabar! Thank you. May Xavier. Hope you're doing well.
Only I can guide its star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will! From base elements is greatness forged. A god's will cannot be disobeyed!
We keep going. Hey, Fila. Hope you're doing well. And same to you, Ham. Lolly-ho. Hey, on tempo. Hope you're doing well.
I can create well or unmake them.
And the funny thing is on tempo is that
Be denied.
in some capacity you could almost argue that the like the PlayStation controller markers in this particular fight are not needed. They're just there because the fight designer wanted to be nice. They could have just made it ones and twos because technically she only targets like half and half, as far as I know. They just were nice and made it 1, 2, 3, 4 in a weird way.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will!
No, that's a good point, Ailey. Imagine if it was just half and half, and just had to look at who's tethered to who, and just figure it out yourself. It would be brutal. Which Final Fantasy game, Ham? Naomi. It's okay, Naomi.
Cannot be disobeyed.
You finished number 1. Wow.
I can create worlds or unmake them. I will not be denied.
It sounds like from the party chat that if me and Naomi hadn't died, there was like 2 other pairs that also goofed it, so we would have wiped anyways.
Only I can guide this
Well,
to its rightful place.
what can you do? Hey Matsumo, hope you're doing well. I think it's been a bit, hasn't it?
Denizens of the abyss, from ink to blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will!
Yeah, no worries, Matoro.
From base elements is greatness
Yes, I am on EU. I'm playing on Louisoix Chaos. Airdel the other one. Fantastic.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed!
Ow. An assassination has occurred. Hey Lana, hope you're doing well. It's alright.
Poor cover for one that heavens fall. Let it flow according to my design.
Yeah, I see. That was it. I was wrong, Rust. A trick that I've tried a little bit myself and others have done as well is if you're standing there and you're like, I don't know if I have to be the one moving, jump. See if your marker moves. Like if there's a fire marker over you and you jump, it'll jump with you. It's like if you're having difficulty seeing, then just do a jump. Just do. Hey Zeke, hope you're doing well. And also that, you can also check your debuffs to help you. But if you want to see the, like, physical visual in the fight, then, like, jump. I'm pretty sure we've been told that jumping doesn't spend your movement amount. And hope not everyone jumps. That would be funny, though. That would be funny. You jump and then someone jumps exactly at the same moment as you. So you're like, oh, I have it.
Only I can guide this staff with grateful faith. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you!
Uh-oh. There's a banana peel somewhere. Donut, 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 donut.
The heavens bend to my will!
Ain't it? Hope it will.
From base elements is greatness forged. Of God's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for what the heavens call. The elements flow according to my design.
Rust. Wait, what? Is that correct? Okay. I feel like it was wrong. I had a feeling.
Only I can guide this staff with grateful face.
It was not Rust. It was something sooner that had goofed. And that's correct, Fila. If she starts the cast for Caloric Theory, then it's just too late. Then you have to do the whole mechanic.
I can create world or unmake them. of the abyss, from ink, blackest night, I summon you!
Hey Seraph, hope you're doing well.
The heavens bend to my will! From base elements is greatness forged.
Aerodel, other one. Good.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
It appears we've run out of tanks. Remember to provoke the boss. Thank you.
Beyond the crisis. Pour cover for when the heavens fall.
Thinking grab us a hank at the soup store? Yeah.
Flow according to
Hopefully.
my design. Only I can guide the stars with grateful face.
Very nice. Oh. If you don't have the mount, make sure to need on the mount. Nox got the mount. Ilana, are you still ready now then? Oh, you're there. Naomi asked to sub out. I think. Or is that not what you meant, Naomi? And that's correct, Caitlin. That is exactly correct. Yeah, Jacob. The thing is, Naomi was in the party to replace Ilana because Ilana was stuck in traffic. It was supposed to be Ilana. Hey, Johnny. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Naomi says it was if we need Ilana, I can swap. Well, in that case, Ilana is... Let me just double check. Ilana is not one of the players that still need the mount. As you can see, they have the mount. So it does not have to be Ilana that comes in. So if you'd rather stay in, Naomi, that's probably also fine. I wasn't sure if that's what you meant. I will be right back, though. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Headset hair? Yeah, I guess so, in a way. Although this floof is just because of something with my hair. Just, it's built like that. Yeah, that is correct, Caitlin. If you do the books in a certain order, you can do most of the quest steps while doing the book step. That's what they call a cowlick? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm getting the impression we continue as this. I'm not. Ilana, do we have a response? I see. Like, I think both I and Naomi asked. Are you fine with hanging out and then we just go again like this? Or would you like to come in and replace Naomi specifically? It's fine. Okay. Then we continue like this. Let me just continue like this. Naomi says the eternal struggle of both people going, okay, but if you want to do the thing, it's fine. Yeah, that's the classic of our raid team too. Which strategy should we use? What do you think? I don't have a preference. What do you think? I don't have a preference. What do you think? I don't have a preference. What do you think? No preference. You get through the whole list and you're like, right, so we have no idea what we're doing. And make hard calls if people go like that. Yeah, that is, by the way, Jacob, that is how we ended up going, just declining things like one tile in for M7S, is that we did that. Like, asked the healers because one tile in should help the healers, and they both said, And we just went, well then, we're not changing it. If you don't care. Yeah, that's also a good one, Nox. Guys, we need to free up one spot in the group. Half the party leaves. Fantastic. Now, who do I invite back? With this performance, if we continue like this, we'll just barely get all 3 mounts. Dennis says, would you pick up hunting? I have participated in hunt trains a bit. It's okay. Not a huge fan. I don't do it very much. But I have done it. Large majority of possible content in Final Fantasy XIV, I have done it, and if I'm not doing it a lot, that's because I tried it and then said no thanks. Hey, BB, hope you're doing well. And yes, this is thankfully unsynced. our unsynced farm of P8S was also quite something.
From nothing I mold life. You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Hey Rob Gero, hope you're doing well.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Oh, whoops. That's a polyglot I'll never see again. You serious?
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Usually there's something wrong when there's 6 people on one side. It's usually a sign that someone's goofed it. Yeah, that is difficult, Caitlin. That I have said before, in my Savage guide, like getting into Savage guide, that the hardest part about that it is probably harder to get a Savage than harder to get a static than 2 Savage raid. So, not surprising you're having difficulties with that.
Me your all, that I might become divinity manifest. From nothing I mold life. You cannot escape my eternal gaze. These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Wow, what? Okay. Was that the first time we did phase 1 with 0 deaths? Ah.
Could my theories have been flawed? Although
Sorry, let me
I
correct
so
that.
ardently
The first phase 1 clear without any assassinations or accidental deaths.
with the heart of Sabik. Yes, the flaws are not mine. This misbegotten world is to blame.
Yeah, one way to find the static as well, Caitlin, is to like participate in the content. Like if you can happen to be like an extra in like a static, like they need a replacement that week, and you then perform decently well, then you know, now you know them, and maybe they actually need a replacement, like a permanent replacement. Suddenly you're in there. Or maybe you start to know people, and then like a static forms out of Party Finder. Who knows? It's hard to say with these things. And there's discords for recruitment as well, yes.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Now the real lean begins. Yeah, Cat. Now it's time to gamer lean. You need to really bring it. You have the close position this time as well. Now you can really bring it. The mega damage.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Hey Steve, hope you're doing well, and I hope you enjoy your roulettes.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink blackest night I summon you!
Whoa! Turns out smudge is really long when you're really small.
That heaven bends to my will!
The cat scoot.
From base elements is greatness forged. A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Ah! I was assassinated. Sip, was it you? Grr. You and your silly Spriggan hat. Grr.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Poor cover.
The Odin, hope you're doing well. Nice. And yeah, that is true, Odin. Unfortunately, we don't have the consistency to do that. But we've started, as you can see, to get better at Caloric. Evis got it this time? Oh, money. What's even weirder about... so Sally says, see, you're given a massive slow effect. What's really weird is that Sprint appears to massively improve your speed, like your run speed in the smallness. Nox says, anyone willing to replace me as a tank? Naomi, you have experienced tanking this, right? So if we have Naomi step in as tank, and then Ilana can come back in as melee DPS, then Nox can sleep. Nox has decided to not sleep smartly. Does that work? So the things I'm selling here are quite funny. Last night, I just went to the vendor that sells like the things you need to desynth to make these things. And just kept buying and desyncing until I had all of them. And then I just like had like this huge pile of junk that I didn't want. That I then just put on the market. And then I also bought 6 of each of these, which also cost a bunch. And yeah, thank you for coming, Nox, and enjoy your mount. I do think if Cat doesn't smudge off, Cat is probably the better target for close position. Don't worry about it, Nox. It's fine. Enjoy. You by the like, consider that you also helped like at least 7 other people get their mounts while you were there, right? Oh, whoops. Are we already in phase 2? It feels as if you've done Occult Crescent. I have not done Forked Tower, but I have done a bunch of Occult Crescent. I even streamed it, yeah. And indeed, as Caitlin says, I made a starter guide for how to get into Occult Crescent, like going over many of the things you'd need to know. And Ariel posted the guide, thank you. I imagine if you just like look for Occult Crescent and my channel, on my channel, you'll find it. Bondi says ninja move speed is also interacts with UAV in the same way as sprint. So ninjas just run crazy fast, relatively speaking. That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that, Bondi. I hope you're doing well, by the way. But yeah, we did a Cold Crescent on the release day of it.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Whee! Fantastic, Phil. I hope you do enjoy. Oh, I will send you the link link directly, Phil, if you want it. Thank you. Enjoy your day, Caitlin. And thank you. Exactly, croissant. I believe we had a total of 2 streams in a Cold Crescent. By the time I was like ready for a third one, it was like I'd kind of done what I wanted to do there, so it was like, So we did something else.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
What about chat stream with our Cold Crescent on the side? I mean, see, the thing is, Xavier, one time I did the moon stuff, it like overlaid with the walk and talk streams, as I call them. I think this isn't going to work. What I concluded was that whatever I'm doing is going to take the focus away. Like, even if I give it 1,000,000% to not talk about a Cold Crescent, if the chat stream is taking place in a Cold Crescent, the only thing people will be talking about is a Cold Crescent. So it doesn't really work. It kind of has to be like, whatever we're doing has to be like the main focus, and then maybe we can talk about that, and then sometimes other things come up naturally. I'll say, Truck, hope you're doing well. Now we can rejoice in the glory of combat, for Truck has arrived. Like, genuinely, that stream where we were on the moon, even if I could talk about other stuff, we just ended up talking about crafting and gathering and the moon for basically all of the stream. So it would end up being an Occult Crescent focus. Yeah, and scamming way, true. But yeah, it would end up being the focus anyway. And there's just, as I said, there just wasn't anything left that I wanted to do in the Occult Crescent. Hey Alejandro, hope you're doing well, and thank you.
From nothing, I mold life.
Why is the moon made of cheese? Because Zip dreams of it a lot. Zip often dreams of cheese, you see. Oh, whoops. Hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Mia. Hope you're doing well as well. Because bunnies love cheese, do they? The more you know. Ah. I'm really goofing up my rotation here. Laser! Hey Rumble, hope you're doing well. Yeah, we've gotten 2 drops so far. Fortunately, Savage isn't a chance. It's just, you just have to get good.
Chains are forged from the fabric of creation. You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Who was supposed to take the right tower? Who had the light laser? Maybe they already died. I think Ardell was already dead at that point, so that would explain. And yeah, if you don't have the laser and you don't have the tower, then you will have a spread marker and have to buzz off once you've done the things you need to do. Like, actually scram. Or you might kill the person who's supposed to take the thing.
From nothing, I mold life.
She's molding! She's turning into mold!
Escape my eternal gaze.
No, the other kind of molding. Oh. No, that is true, Nox. A lot of the I don't mind either way problems have resolved on my end by me just going, well, I'm playing Black Mage. Hey, veteran. Hope you're doing well. Hey!
Could my theories have been flawed? Although I wish so ardently.
Bromsum says, anyone notice that we're complaining about Caetsu again on Samurai? Every discussion video I've seen in the last minute complaining about combat all start with Caetsu's removal way back when.
Yes, the flaws are not mine.
That is a really random thing to start such a discussion with, I will say. I can see how, if you like dig really deep, that there are certain ways where the removal of Caetsu could be associated with the quote-unquote older design style. Raging Bull says our last kill was 12 minutes. Oh, nice. Well, I mean...
I can create worlds or unmake them.
yeah, true. That is great. He's on some up. Hope you're doing well.
I can create worlds or unmake them. I will not be denied. Only I can guide its star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will! From base elements is greatness forged.
It's the mage corner. May we cast your spell?
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the horizon. Pour cover for what the heavens fall. elements flow according to my design.
Yeah, I think that's an F in the chat for that. I'm aware I was late, but I don't know, Naomi. That there is a specific system, but I don't know if we always follow it.
I can create well or unmake.
The reason why I said it's over is because I saw someone move twice. That was it. I'm not sure if you... Like, I wasn't even sure if you, like, moved twice and moved from a correct position to a wrong one or vice versa. I just saw someone move twice.
I will not be denied.
That's all it takes. I also wait extra long because I know some people are a little fast on the trigger and might not always go to the intended correct position or whatever.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
So, I'll just wait to, like, be the error correction when I can.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. The heavens bend to my will. From base elements is greatness forged. A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Yeah. An assassination has occurred. Again. Provoke fast, tanks. I think I'm taking a tank buster. And I might not be the only one. I don't know, rescue doesn't do anything.
The elements flow
Too late.
according to my design.
Wipe. I can't. If I take the rest, I'll explode us with Caloric. I'll show you. Spawn with 4. You do have to, like, basically immediately provoke if you die at any point during this fight, I think. As tank. We're almost there. My gloves were halfway to breaking.
I
Yeah, oh no, what a nightmare. Anyway, repairs.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this star to its rightful place. Denizens of
Zip became a pancake.
from ink, blackest night, I summon you.
Sippy pancakes.
The heavens bend to my will. From base elements is greatness forged. A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
And wipe.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Poor cover for one that heavens fall.
Yeah, just a quick review on that. If you're on this side, don't be too far away, but also preferably be on the left side of this, or at least like somewhere like, you know, on the left side of this, so that you don't point the cones at the other team. The same applies over here. One thing is to point yours in a quote-unquote unique direction, but if you point it anywhere in the towards the left, someone is going to die. And apparently, I didn't even know that it points at the closest players. I thought it just pointed based on the PlayStation markers, which now makes even more sense. It didn't even need to have ones and twos. It just needed to just like have nothing if they weren't like the markers are straight up just to help you. Like the mechanic itself doesn't care. the encounter designer just decided to be nice. It's quite incredible that. But yeah, you can point your cone in whatever direction you want, just not in the direction of the other party. Because they will die. Good luck, Tay.
I will not be denied.
And dying is less than ideal. Yeah, exactly. Indeed. It's a huge damage loss to die, as it turns out. Sorry.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink, blackest night, I summon you.
Yep. That's a first.
elements is greatness forged.
Yeah, Black Mage knows best. Whoop! Usually. Most of the time. At least they'll know how to get to somewhere where you don't have to move for a while. So if that's what you want...
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy.
Noxus don't trust guy in M8N. I mean, if you're going to put your trust in me, just remember that sometimes I'll use a theory manipulation. My game plan was to scoot.
The elements flow according to my design.
Hey, guys? What's happening over there? Over on the right. Are you good? What happened? Both tanks had fire beacons? Were both tanks in the middle? Yeah, in that case, it should really be the main tank that moves first. That is also part of the reason why I take so long to move. Because technically the melee should be moving before me. And by design, only me or Aradel will be in the middle. So I know that if I'm in the middle, I'm always last. Supposed to be last. But yeah, you know, remember you have like 12 seconds. Don't panic. Just think. Wait a second. If you know it's your turn, of course, get a move on. But remember you have 12 seconds, so you actually have enough time to, like, for instance, check other players. If you're like, if you really want to be sure, you can check other players. But it isn't easy because it, like, for instance, if Naomi is paired up with a healer in the middle, which is also perfectly possible and probably very likely, then Naomi should be moving before the healer, right? So Naomi is in this weird position where Naomi has to go first. Sometimes. But yeah, you do have enough time that if you just relax, don't panic, think about it, you can really take in the environment before you make a move. Yeah, exactly. Hear, feel, think. Decide what you'll have for dinner. Go shopping. Go for a bio break. Have dinner. Then come back and then make your choice. Go for an additional walk. And maybe that's an exaggeration. Yeah, it's a lot longer than you might think. That's what I'm trying to get across here. Hey Tongue, hope you're doing well. And yeah, of course, I'm a Black Mage main. It's what I do. I cast Fire 4. That's okay, Tongue.
Denizens
Hello, fellow mage.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Poor cover for one that haven't spawned. Only I
Ah.
can start with grateful race.
Wait, what? Huh. That's how it looks when you skip it, apparently. I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't look right. That's a good one. Hey Faith, hope you're doing well. Right, that means everyone in the party got a mount. Just checking to be sure. I'm assuming Shaq, you don't have a mount. Is that correct? You don't have the mount. I'm assuming that Jacob has the mount. Jacob also does not have the mount. We could possibly tag in both. I'm assuming that Jacob is pretty solid on most of it. Yeah, just rust on Caloric. Fair enough. But I don't know if we can get 2 mounts. If Aradil and Naomi are fine with swapping out, I see that Jacob and Shaq are playing Dancer and Gunbreaker at this very moment. So, like, that would work. That would be a way to do it. Do you do that? But yeah, I can't guarantee that we'll get 2 mounts. But we will try. We will try. But before that, I'll be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Just saying here as well that Naomi was off tank and Aradel was range 2. So if you take those spots as your fill-in, that should work. Song says, is it still really OP? Pixelmancer is still very strong, but the severity of the nerf on Pixelmancer in 7.2 put it in this very fascinating limbo state, as I would call it. If you don't know these people, then you'll be like, what? Who says that? But I'm not joking. There are people that believe that after the nerf, Pictomancer is basically Machinist tier, quote unquote, where Machinist is memed as being the worst DPS in the game. But simultaneously, Pictomancer performs the best in pass groups. Which means that Pixelmancer is in this weird limbo land where it is somehow at the bottom and the top, depending on who you ask. But the reality is that it's just more reasonable now. And its power has been shuffled around a little bit. It's still very strong. I don't know if it's outright OP. I think Freezy said that that it was a pretty substantial difference. Jose Caetsu, hope you're doing well. And that could be Caetsu. Like, that's the thing, is that, like, as Satsuma says, you can't please everyone, and yeah, maybe the novelty were... Like, the thing is, Pixelmancer and Viper in 7.0, and to some degree 7.1, had massive new car smell advantage over all other jobs, in addition to them being strong here and there. Shaq says, what's the timing for the invuln in phase 1? I guess Rust would know? Also that, Mia, but it definitely... Like, the thing is, whenever we're looking at the amount of passes, one thing that plays in is whether the job is actually fun. Another thing is if it's new or something massive was changed about it, it can, like, push it up. And if it's really strong, that alone can sometimes make it really popular. That's good, Caetsu. I'm also, as you can see, enjoying Black Mage.
From nothing, I mold life. You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Oh, whoops. Oops. I was a little confused, so I didn't properly see, so I just trusted the first person that moved. Uh-oh. Irillion, hope you're doing well. Right, so Shaq, when that phase starts, if you have the beam, don't pull. If you have the beam, then you of course just stretch it and go near like the mark that makes sense. If you don't have the beam, then you're of course looking for the opposite color to yours. But as a tank, you start looking at 1, then 2, then 3, and then like near 1, 2, 3, 4. And you shouldn't need to look at 4, by the way, because the probability that there's no one with lower prior, like with prior to get 4 over you is basically 0. So you look at 1, 2, and 3 and see if there's one that matches in that order. So it actually might be beneficial to like lean over in this direction for that phase, because you're probably going over here. Hey Swim Nerd, hope you're doing well. And yeah, there is the there is like cursed compositions where supports end up on the left and DPS ends up on the right, but at least like that. But you know, one step at a time.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
Chat, wake up, it's time to talk about non-standard lines again. Well, I mean...
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
When does guys start doing lucid dreaming lines? I have done them. It's just that they come up so infrequently that you don't really see it. But I have done them. Laser! Next up is the Tank Buster. Shaq, you have to taunt during the cast.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Uh-oh. Ow.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
I didn't place my tower right. However... Yeah, exactly. Beam takes tower. Fates make Black Mage put Lucid Dreaming on the cast bar that's in Narnia. Oh yeah, but like this looks really far away, but I use Adel frequently. It's okay, Jacob. We keep going.
nothing. I mold life. You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Yeah, that was the cursed pattern.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation. You cannot escape my eternal
Nice.
gaze.
Now we just need to survive this. Wow. Ah! My character straight up froze.
Although I wish so ardently.
This is corpse POV.
Perhaps with the heart of Sabik. Yes, the flaws are not mine. This misbegotten world is to blame.
I was yoinked. Remember to hit her.
Only that
You must bonk her.
God can fix it. My hands.
My floppy hands.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Should a corpse not also get the cutscene? Apparently not. Yes, that is normal. It bugs out if you die just around then. It bugs out. Shag is not ready. Questions? Yeah, at the very start, Shaq, you want to be sure that Rust is allowed to be top aggro. Right at the start for a tank buster bait. After the opener, after the starting volley of tank busters, you should make sure you're second on aggro. And yeah, for Shaq and Jacob, depending on how you've set up your chat log, it might be hard to see as we go, but Raging Bull, that is Evis, sends little macro reminders on what we're doing as we enter each phase. Not quite. Let me explain, Jacob. When we're entering Caloric, I need to grab my notes because I don't remember the support side. Healer 1 goes to A. Healer 2 goes to B. Range 2 goes to C. And ranged 1 goes to D. Whoever gets the DPS marker, like the first one that gets fire among the DPS, will swap with D, which means you'll swap with me. If you're a melee, I will swap to middle instead of you. If if Jacob gets the fire, then I will swap with Jacob. So Jacob goes D, I go C. The same applies to the support side. Shaq says, which one am I on the supports? You're middle. But if you get the fire marker, you go B and swap with Evish? Right? But the important part is if you get the fire marker, you swap with B. Fair enough. Like, I mean, if it works for you, Ivis, my notes here say that H1 is A. Is SIP H2? Really? Well, I mean, if you swapped it, that's fine. The important part in that specific aspect is that you agree on it among the healers. And yes, Shaq, it probably will. That is why I said I don't think I can promise 2 mounts. It is also possible we can... I know it is. The thing is, I said was what needed to happen, and I would also say this, about a month ago, you discovered that you were explaining a different strategy to mine. Do you remember that part, Evis? Where you thought we were doing one strategy, but we were doing a different one, but somehow it didn't come up earlier. And I imagine your strategy is why you're on A and not B. So yeah, don't meme on me for getting it wrong on my notes. You swapped. But yeah, if we're really good on the damage, we can skip that whole phase. But we also have to get classical elements right. Just a last note on that, Evis. you're technically, again, just repeating for the millionth time. What matters is that that the strategy works. But it is my notes we're going with, technically. But your notes could say that I needed to hand you a hot dog on every pull, and it would still be... You know. But the fact that we have made it work anyways is quite incredible. Uh-oh. I mean, that is a way to break the chain. Exactly, Mia. The most important part is getting through.
The heavens bend to my will. From base elements is greatness forged.
It's a mage corner again.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for what the heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design. Only I can guide.
This'll take a few tries, Shaq said. But never mind. Never mind. I mean, if the people were getting extra mounts for or like turbo gamers, then this is we will get 2 mounts if that's how we're gonna do it. We didn't skip it this time. This time we just did it correctly. Jacob over here like, I'm a little bit rusty. And Shaq is like, I'll need a little bit of practice on this. Nails it first try. Amazing. And it's okay if it's... there's nothing to apologize for. It's just really funny. It's hilarious. What does the mount look like? It looked like this. Exactly, Everton. Under promise, over deliver. I mean, I would probably had the same reaction of, well then, even if Shaq hadn't gone. I need a little practice on that. The mount the mount so adorable it should have been from the cash shop or something. Oh yeah, I do remember it caused some mild drama from some people over that. No, Savage Raiders shouldn't be getting the cute mounts. While we were reviving to Caloric, Shaq was studying the blade. Yes, this is the mount, Sip. This is the mount that was so cute that some players were mad that it required you to get good instead of just pull out your wallet. This is that mount. I goofed up my opener again. Oh well. It'll just cost me like half a second somewhere. Remo Ixion is cute. I mean, he looks great.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
I mean, that's the funny thing, Mia. The fact that players were enraged that they wanted this mount so bad, but it's from Savage, like, to me, that made it perfect. Like, that's actually great success in my book, because that means that it might actually incentivize some players to try content they didn't play before. Oh man. The cursed one again. Also, that rescue flex, amazing. Caitlyn, Hector is known to make guides for Final Fantasy XIV, like specifically boss guides. Big Kobe also does that, but it's a significantly lesser known one. But on this channel, we semi-frequently actually supply a little bit from the Kobe strats. The strat we're using here is technically from Big Kobe's guide for Unsynced P12S. That's not right.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Wow. That got really weird, and somehow it worked.
Could my theories have been flawed?
But okay, then you'll find Hector's guide. Like, if you write the name of any of the current raid tiers bosses followed by Hector into the YouTube search bar, you should find a Hector Lectures guide for them. And if you write... it's a little more random which fights there are guides from Big Kobe for or not. But if you write Big Kobe followed by a strat, sometimes you also have to add Final Fantasy XIV, but they both make guides. And in my experience, Big Kobe is more likely to have something niche.
Only the hands of a god can fix it. My hands!
Jacob says my favorite Hector guide is where he explains how to handle a hot date. Was that an April Fool's one? It's weird how he mentioned if you need to keep aggro. I didn't even know Hector was from Europe.
I can create well or unmake.
It's Big Kobe. Big Kobe.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide this staff with graceful grace. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you!
Ah! Calm down, I would get there. Don't worry. I was going to be there. You can't just rush a black mage like that. You meant to Icarus, fair enough. Uh-oh. Looks like Rust also bends to your will. Whoops. Yeah, it is almost certainly Hector's son. I never remember exactly.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Oh, it's the mage corner again. This is weirdly randomly frequent. You come here often, cat?
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for one that heavens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
No, that's nope. That's not right. I think we'll make it work, but everything's mirrored now. Just for your information. Right,
Only I can guide this staff
Jacob.
to its rightful place.
gamer time. Two things. The first thing is you need to go all the way out here. You need to be at least barely inside the 2 marker. The second thing is you were supposed to swap with me on D. With the DPS swaps with D. And yeah, there's Shaq the Gamer adjusting. True, again. It's okay, it was just funny. I was like, I was making my way over and then he just yoinked me. For a second I thought it was Sid that yoinked me. She will not be denied.
Only I can guide its star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you!
Oh boy.
The heavens bend to my will! From base elements is greatness forged. A scorned will cannot be disobeyed.
Is that an assassination?
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful.
I'm going to be tanking.
When the heavens fall,
I'm not going to be tanking. Never mind.
let it flow according to my design.
Oh, whoa. Did someone get rest out in the middle of nowhere? Right. There's no chance then. I sort of forgot the part that we needed people up before that and just somehow assumed it was fine. Yeah, once again, as I talked about before, wherever you aim, do not aim it over to the opposite side of the arena, or you will probably kill someone. Even if you're like, I only are pointing it a little bit over there, you don't know how far out the other people are dodging. Like, try your best to stay on like pointed in on our half for the cone baits.
I will not be denied. Only I can guide its star to its rightful place.
That's concerning, Steve.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will!
Let it be known that ice mages are very real. And just because you haven't seen any does not mean that they don't exist. Uh-oh. We had a tether snap.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
It looked like. Remember that you have to center around the blue one, the blue thingy, and then find the appropriate thing. Yeah, that I think it was Shaq. I saw Shaq being on the wrong side of a yellow cube. A bait toward boss B, bait towards back of the arena. What? Oh, yes. Technically, yes, Rust. The original plan was to have alpha players, like, bait their cones towards the boss and the beta cones bait away. But usually that would get people too caught up in that, and then they would basically shoot their cone halfway across the arena just to make sure that they had the correct spot. It doesn't really matter as long as you don't point it at the other team, and you don't point yours on top of someone else's. Like, for basically most of our successful clears, it has been YOLO markers for most everyone. Because when we've tried to structure it, it has just gotten worse. So, basically, use eyes. And that's also why... One moment. That's also why I didn't say, you have your specific spots. I just said, well, if you're on the 3 marker side, then, you know, don't point it much further than here. Because otherwise you're gonna hit the other team. And be careful. It doesn't matter where you point it as long as you don't point it at, like, I'd say like the 90 to 100 degree radius or angle that points at the other team. Which means, technically, that... Sorry. It means that technically you could have one person just point straight north from 3 and one straight south from 3, and then like the 2 other players just point like generally towards the 1. And that would be fine. And the same over here, like have one point straight north and one point straight south, and then the 2 others point like in the general direction of 2. Yeah, point away from center, that's good enough. And don't overlap yours with someone else. Hey Percy, hope you're doing well. Are those cones based on where your character's looking? No, they're based on... They shoot out from the marker position itself, towards your character. They have nothing to do with where your character's looking. Some refer to this type of mechanic as protein. Sometimes. So-called cone baits. Hey Andrew, hope you're doing well. I'm also pretty good. Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. There's a little reference to Ultima.
From base elements is greatness forged.
Shaq, yours is yellow. Come to me. Come to me. Yours is yellow.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Yep. That was an assassination.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the tribe.
Exactly, Caetsu.
Poor cover for one that happens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
That might be scuffed, but maybe it'll work. Nope. You had to go left.
Only I can guide this.
I take it something else had already been screwed, but Yves, you had to go to the left one. You had a choice, Yves. You didn't have marker. D had one. Like, we specifically had the autocomplete one, and you chose the wrong one. Also, real quick, Zip, it is very possible to have 4 stacks if you have the wind debuff. You still just have to walk to where you need to be. You still have to walk to where you need to be. But if someone doubled around, then it was screwed. But I'm pretty sure Shaq was fine. Possibly. And yeah, the it's hard to explain. Well, yeah, okay, then I can see why you got confused, Davis. Especially because at that level of confusion, you knew that it was already a wipe. Erdl says in French, savage difficulty is sadistic difficulty? Oh, fantastic. Okay, I'll try to explain it. If you're sent to A, B, C, just click no, Shaq. Just click no. Click no to the ready check, so I know we don't get a pull timer suddenly while I'm explaining. If you're positioned on a marker, which would be, since you're the off tank, you would either be on B or in the middle. Like if you get one of the first 2 markers, then you will be on B instead of Zip. But if you don't get the marker, you're in the middle. And if you're on B, then you don't go anywhere for the second thing. Like either you have a marker or you don't. Doesn't matter. You stay put. After that explosion, if you have wind, you have to run all the way out here. Like, at least inside the toe. but after the explosions are resolved. If you have the marker still, then you don't go anywhere. If you are in the middle initially, then the only time where you wait, like technically the only time where you have to wait for someone else to move before you do something is if Rust is also in the middle with you. So if both A and B are healers, then you wait until you see Rust move. If Rust is among A and B, well, Rust would be on B, if at all, then you move first. And your priority for where you go as a support is you look at A, then B, then C, then D in that order and look for a match. And your match is if you have a beacon, then you go to one that doesn't have a beacon. If you don't have a beacon, you go to one that does have a beacon. For the final explosion, among the 4 explodies, any one of them could be a beacon. 2 of them will be, 2 of them won't. If D and B are both beacons, then the person who's on A usually goes B and the person on C goes D. But sometimes we goof it up. So also use your eyes. Remember that there's time to think. So take a moment and see if the other person you're matched up with knows that we do it like that. And otherwise you can flex. If we are not in the specific scenario where both B and D has beacons, or not beacons, it's basically if B and D are the same for the final wave, then you have to like solve it by going clockwise, right? But if D and B are not identical, so one of them has a beacon and one does not, then A and C will also be opposite. So one of them has a beacon, the other does not. That means there's only one correct answer, which means that like if B has a beacon and D does not have a beacon, then the one between A and C that does not have a beacon matches with the one that does have a beacon, and vice versa. So like sometimes these things solve itself. It basically means clockwise priority. Cat, what Evis means with pattern deems it counterclockwise is exactly if B... The logic, the reason why I'm saying Evis explained it weird is because the specific scenario where quote-unquote the pattern deems it counterclockwise, we don't use like clockwise or counterclockwise, we just solve it. Because there's only one solution, so there's no priority anymore, you just solve it. But like that's what makes it confusing. Did that clear it up, Shaq? The big chaos is that there are very specific cases that might be confusing still, but we'll have to take it if you run into it.
I can create well or unmake. I will not be denied. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will! From base elements is greatness forged. A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Remember, go to the blue. Alpha means red. Beta means yellow. If you have options, look whether the other person also has options. They shouldn't. So there's only one of yours, if you have options, that is definitely yours. Whereas one of them will be something that someone else also can pick, and will have to pick, to be flexible.
I can create well or unmake. I will not be denied.
She will not be denied.
Only I can guide its star to its rightful place. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you! The heavens bend to my will! From base elements is greatness forged.
Oh, no, 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 no. Cat, come here. That's what I call flexing.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed. Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Poor cover for one that happens fall. The elements flow according to my design.
She said no. Nope. No, that's it. Reminder tip, Shaq, calm down. If you're not sure, do this. Your marker will move with you. So if you're not sure if you have one, do a little jump. It'll jump with you. And it does not cost you movement. So just do a little jump. If you see it jump with you, then you have one. And yeah, exactly. Measured thrice, cut once. Because if you make a single move incorrectly, it's over. Hey Clove, hope you're doing well. You didn't need prior experience, but I think this is the last go we're going at P12S for a while. But technically no. The main thing was that you had like, you know, watched the guide, done your homework. But we are basically getting this last one, I think. At least for now. It was also a tough one, Flo, because this boss has been so hard that we basically, like, we grabbed an initial party of 8 and then did the same group every time to just try and get 8 mounts. And fortunately, it appears we might be able to get to 10. But that's still more than we initially expected. The one that still needs the mount is either Shaq or Jacob. I can't remember.
From base elements is greatness forged.
With Jacob? Ailis.
Misfortune lands heavy on the prizes. Poor cover for one that haven't spawned.
Hey! Just skip it, Lamau. Ah, man, we can't get caloric theory right. How about we just skip it? Just skip it. ANW, hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's zero calories. It's diet P12S. Hey, Kari, hope you're doing well. Right, so I think that will be that. This is like slightly over the time where we normally stop these farms, but we did go overtime to make sure we got the last mount in. But I will be right back, and then there's something that like I'll just, you know, pop a round of. But I'll be right back. In the meantime, mana tea restored. Right, I'm back. I'm glad to hear that, Carrie. I'm doing pretty good as well. And yeah, Caitlin, basically the way that it works is that if you get the boss down to, I guess, 0.1% HP before she starts the next thing, she will cast that thing instead and then just wipe. But it's really specific, like it's really strict. If you don't nail that, like if you don't make it exactly right, she'll force you to sit through the whole next mechanic. That sounds very possible, Aradel. That is crazy. But yeah. So a little story time, I suppose. This, like, you could say series of mount farming streams, like unsynced old content mount farms, has kind of, like, come and gone and existed in different ways on this channel. But technically, this started streams where we would where it was called mount farming with friends, or sometimes morning mount farm, because they were usually taking place like in the morning or in like around noon or afternoon on Sundays. Crazy randomly specific, but basically the reason was that when I say mount farming with friends, the group that we ran with back then was like basically the most active part of my free company, which involves one American, 2 people from Malaysia, one from Dubai. Yes, thank you, Sip. And then there's like one British person and then me in Denmark. So like basically we just span the whole planet, right? So there's like a small, like 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 hour window where we could all agree to play if the American would basically be up in the middle of the night. And the Malaysia family could find time where like they have children. Where like they could play for a few hours. So basically at first we had periods where like these streams were not that big at the time. So sometimes we would farm Hades Extreme as like 6 or 7 players because that's what we could muster. Like that's the amount we could actually round up to do it. And we just had to figure it out. And then, like, as we progressed through the Shadowbringers trials, eventually we reached a point, relatively early, actually, I would say. I think it was, like, actually around here, where we ran into the problem that it was just too infrequent that everyone could, like, make their schedules meet. So, so basically these morning mount farms kind of faded out. And at some point, we just agreed, me, Sib, and Aradil, that, well, we can just do mount farming stream. Like, we can just do it, the 3 of us, and then, like, that'll work. And by that point, we already had, like, there were enough people, like, showing up on the streams that we could just get a group of 8. Like, we could just figure that out. Like, we had already done, like, extreme countdown and stuff like that, and that it wasn't a big deal to get like 8 people together for that. So we started doing this. And like I think we did the Seed of Sacrifice mount farm. Like, was that at the start of Dawntrail or was that very late Endwalker? I can't even remember. And then just worked our way through. And when we had finished those, we also, like, circled back and did the Savage raids. And that was Dawntrail, fair enough. And then moved on to the Endwalker trials. And the key difference was that I think we did the P12S early on, simply because it was a fact. It was known that P12S was really easy. So we did that one. But because I knew that both P8S and P12S were too hard, quote unquote, too hard, we did all of the extreme trials first, which even included, Abyssal Fracture, which is also one of those where you need to skip this particular mechanic, or it is, quote unquote, too hard. And like, some of you might be thinking, what on earth do you mean by too hard? Like, it's not that bad. It's just one difficult mechanic. But it is essentially that a lot of the people that would like to participate in, like, an unsynced mount farm that haven't just, already gone and done it in Party Finder. And this is not a slight at anyone. It's just observation. They might not have as much chops to, just go in and do it, right? So a mechanic that requires you to nail it is a problem. Especially when you basically take, roughly speaking, a party of 8. Just a party of 8. And then you see if it'll work. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work too well. And it wasn't that big of a deal for the extremes. Like, we still figured it out. I feel like we mostly skipped the Meteor situation and Abyssal Fracture. However, on Golbez, we basically had to do the Meteors every time. And you can see, like, the culmination of it all, where both Hephaestus and Athena were so hard that I'm pretty sure it was the first time where the reason we had to come back wasn't because we had trouble actually beating the thing. It was the first time we actually had trouble actually beating the thing. All the other times we got clears, we got mounts, and sometimes the boss just was kind of like not giving it. It was not very nice. So we like had to come back for more. But with Hephaestus and Athena, they were so hard that we had to come back just to accumulate 8 mounts. Like, not like, oh, well, we'll come back to get, like, the extras just for the memes, right? No. It was like the initial set of mounts took several goes just to get those for, like, the team, like, pioneering. And it was hard enough that also for the first time, I felt like it was basically necessary to say, no, we're going, like, as much as we can, we'll go with the same team so that at the very least we can make these 8 players get the mounts. That, of course, includes me, but, like, we want to make sure these 8 players get the mounts. And then we can think about if anyone else wants some. Both because it would make the proc more consistent, but it would also mean that those that had invested the most time in making this happen were certain to get their mounts, which I think is only fair. Consider the following. For many of the extreme farms, like, we would do a bunch of clears, but... And this is not, like, to be mean to anyone, but it's like, we could go on forever, right? So usually my stopping point was, like, if me, Sib, and Aradel got our mounts, then I would look to go to do the next one. And then we'd do the next one, and then we'd do the next one, right? Like, so that was, like, the requirement. But the people that had joined would have gotten the experience needed to just, you know, farm it on their own. Or, and this is something I've recommended before when people have, like, lamented that they missed some of the mount farms, is... There's probably like 8 players in the community Discord that, like, some of them needs the Endwalker EX1 mount, some need the EX2 mount, some need the EX3 mount. Like, if you just clump together and go, which ones do you need? You, and then just, like, go on, like, a grind, then you could just all get them. And who knows, depending on where it is, what time it is, I might just come along anyway, just to help. But, in the case of these Savage Mounts, they were so hard that, like, this particular time, me, Sib, and Aradel already had the mount. We came to help, technically. Like, I put this group together to help make sure those that did the work also got the mount. And then we also managed to get a few extras. But I showed up not need... Like, I didn't need anything. I won something, but I didn't need anything. Not that that matters. Agent Monica says I'd be down for a DT EX2 farm stream at some point. That could also work. The thing is, both EX1 and EX2, I have done my 100 actually. So I don't know if I would. Maybe I would just for the fun of it. But the long story short was exactly that. As we progressed closer and closer and closer to current content, you could say, we ran into the problem, you could say, that the fights became hard enough that now you needed to watch a guide to do it, and you couldn't just wing it and it'll probably work out. Now you really needed to bring it, because if one person goofed it up, it was a wipe for everyone. Like, it became a little too hard to be, like, just a fun excursion, right? Which is also the reason why I haven't exactly planned, like, for instance, EX3 farming streams for just anyone to join or something. I haven't planned any of those. We did a blind prog series. That was fun. But exactly because these things become so hard that... usually when I plan these kinds of streams where, like, everyone come along, it should be possible for anyone to come along. Like, anyone should be able to do it, but just, like, I know among some of the super awesome people, just among you, that some of you might have been looking at that P12S fight and thought, oh man, I also want that mount, but whew, that's a difficult thing to do. I don't know how to do it. I've seen you do it 10 times, but I don't know, and nothing will ever replace actual experience with the fight. And that experience is exactly the reason why I'm saying that's when the fights become so hard that you know, maybe, I don't know, if we find out that actually it's really, really easy to skip caloric theory in the third raid tier. Like, maybe that's the case. Like, even in crafted gear. If that was the case, then we would probably just go in and, you know, just yoink some mounts for the people. But while it is still necessary to do a mechanic that is that strict, I imagine that that's something we'll postpone for now. Yeah, like, consider that difference, Agent Monica. In P8S, you had to, like, really focus and get it just right. But you could second guess yourself and it was fine. You just had to, like, run a little faster. On P12S, if you second guess yourself, it's just like, well, wipe it then. Wipe it up. Pack your things. It's over. It's really mean, is what it is. Ross says, was P12S 4 session farm? Yes, it was. I think I put round 4 in the thumbnail of this particular stream exactly for that reason. Caitlin says you could try to do half people who know the fight, half people who don't know, and pair noob with an experienced player. That wouldn't work, because most of the mechanics are like, you need to do something specific. And for instance, the classical elements, the newbies could be paired up together by random chance. Like, you just can't. You just can't. That's also the reason why my plan was that we were going to swap one person, so we had one that had to nail it. Because it turns out that clear for 1 is a lot harder than clear for 4. But when it was specifically Jacob and Shaq, who I know are both really, really strong players, I thought, yeah, we could probably take both. It'll probably be fine. As you saw, we basically one-shotted the first clear with them. So Sansuma says, I feel like having an echo slide up to like 400% on fights in exchange for fewer rewards in proportion when fights are no longer relevant could be a nice way to ease people into Savage. I don't know. I see, the thing is, I see the solution. I just also see that it does feel like if you can choose between getting 100% drop rate, but it might take you 2 hours to beat it, or you can have 5% drop rate, but it's trivial. It feels like it kind of just means that you're just always going to pick that. And the funny thing is, I feel like if that was an option, what would happen, Satsuma, is the same thing that has happened with, just as an example, MSQ Roulette. Also, hey Emir, hope you're doing well. For MSQ Roulette, originally the reward for the daily wasn't nearly as lucrative as it is now. Then they made it so that you can't skip the cutscenes and massively boosted the rewards. Then players complained that they have to sit through the cutscenes. Many of those players doing so because they weren't there to see that the reason why the reward is this much is because you have to watch the cutscenes. In the same way, I imagine that if you could get like 400% echo, but you only have 1 in 20 chance of getting the Savage Mount, instead of it being guaranteed, players would just go, why wouldn't you choose that? And then just always do that, because it makes the fight nearly trivial, and then complain that they have to like, why do we have to do this song and dance? You basically made the fight trivial. Why do we have to do it 20 plus times to get the mount? Couldn't you just make it guaranteed? What's the point? You see what I mean? I know that that's a pretty big step, but I'm just saying that I've basically seen that happen already. Which is why I'm like, if they made that option, I wouldn't be like, no, that's stupid. But I'm just saying I can see how it might not play out as great as you might think. But yeah, And that's also the thing, Caitlin, is that with many of the extremes that we've done, and even with specifically P8S, P12S, and to some degree Abyssal Fracture, the last extreme, minus those 3 fights, and actually also Golbez. But aside from those, at most I might have glanced over a guide, and then we just kind of winged it from there. And no one was expected to know anything. I would just show up and say, all right, so these are the things that might cause problems. So think about this, this, and this. Let's go. And, like, it didn't matter whether someone had experience or not. We would just, like, we'd grab 8 players and then go. And once everyone had a mount, we'd, like, cycle people in. And if someone had to go in the middle, we'd just cycle them out, and it was fine. It didn't matter whether you had experience or not, because these fights were easy enough that, like, you didn't need to have 4 experienced to teach the 4 first-timers. You could just have 7 first-timers. Or 8. And it would still be fine. That's where, like, there was, like, this difficulty cutoff point. I imagine, Satsuma, that what would happen is that people would just, like, set the slider to just enough echo that they can skip whatever mechanic would be a problem. Which would mean, for instance, in the case of what we just saw here, they would probably set the slider so that they can skip Super Chain Theory and Classical Elements. Like, not even slider to skip Caloric Theory. Like, if you're offering, then might as well skip anything that even has a chance of requiring you to have 2 brain cells, like meat. Kind of, Emir. I was basically giving, like, this whole, like, send-off speech about this whole mount farming series. Because we finished, like, 20 minutes ago. And we got a total of 10 mounts. With 5 of them today. But 3 of them going to the people that were, like, in the grind. But yeah, I could see how it would be funny, Satsuma. Also partly because, you know, some of the people that would use that echo to just, you know, get the mount, they're not interested in the challenge. They just want the mount. But that's a difficult balance to strike, right? Like, that's a difficult balance to strike because it's like, why don't you just let people have the mount? Like, why do we, like, again, why do we have to do this song and dance? Why can't I just pay for it? Like that kind of logic. Where the general balancing point is, well, the game balances, the game balances in a certain way. At some point, P12S will be trivial. And then you can get your mount. Until then, you have to work hard. And, like, this echo percentage kind of, like, just introduces itself gradually. Which has this effect of, like, harder mounts to get are quote-unquote prestigious for longer. And the why I'm putting it in quotes is that technically, if we're going to be real here for a moment, a mount from a Savage raid tier has its prestige in the tier. And once it is no longer the current tier, it massively drops in, like, lucrativity, you could say. It starts to be easier to have. But it's not until it is basically trivial that it basically loses all value. Because it goes from something you need to work to get to something that you just go and get. Like, you just grab your shopping bag and go and do it. Catfish Jr. says, what is better, blue gear or green gear of the same gear level? Look at the stats. The color doesn't matter. Look at the stats. If they have the same item level, it is possible that they can be high quality. If an item can be high quality, big emphasis, can. Then, if it's not high quality, do I have something that is not high quality that could be? I don't. If it can be high quality, but it is not, holding control while mousing over it will switch it to high quality. If it is high quality and you hold it, it'll switch to normal quality. But if it's an item that can be high quality, and it is not, then it will be weaker, even if it has the same item level as the other item. If it is high quality, then the item level, like if they're the same item level, it doesn't matter. What matters is what stats are on it. That's what matters. Also, hey Raylene, hope you're doing well. In current tier, only forced difficulty like ultimate would make it more cool, quote unquote, so to speak. Yeah, exactly. And even then, we've seen old ultimates lose a significant amount of its prestige because even though the item level is held in place, and strict, that doesn't matter because power creep has made it easier in a different way. But that doesn't mean that it completely loses its prestige. But the clear thing is that if you're just in it for the mount, then yeah, it makes perfect sense. Like, why can't I have the mount sooner? But if you're in it for the prestige, then you can see how it's like, if you could have the mount sooner, then that drops. Cat says mounts would be a lot more valuable if you could use in cities. That is true. Satsuma says, I just wish there were some better ways to ease people into Savage content. I've heard too often. I want to try, but it's too hard. Also keep older content harder and more relevant longer. Well, the thing is, the content is not balanced around the difficulty when it is unsynced. Like, straight up, it just isn't. So there's no need for this super echo to be added for that. For the I want to try, but it's too hard, I don't know what to tell you, Satsuma. When we queued into P12S, we got 20% echo. The thing is, people that want to get into Savage, but it's too hard, just need to find a stepping stone to get in. Such as, and I've recommended this before, Unsynced Old Savage. Or, even, if you want to go a step even further down, Unsynced Old Extremes. And once you've taken that first step, you can move up to, like, for instance, Current Extremes. Some people want to start there. That's also fine. And then you can move up to Savage. Some people start there. But the thing is, if you say, I want to, but it's too hard, then sometimes it's... The thing is, just saying, and I know a lot of people that do this. I'm not just like pulling it out of nowhere, and you probably agree when you really think about it. Some people that say, I want to try, but it's too hard, what they really mean is, I want to try, but I don't want to set aside the time, or I want to try, parentheses, but actually what I really mean is I don't want to tell you that I don't want to try, because I actually don't. That's not everyone. That's not everyone that says that. But there are people that are like, oh man, yeah, I would love to get into Savage. And like, you basically give them every single possibility and option. Like, you could have Cole being like, yeah, if you want to do Savage, sure. Like, I have me and 6 other people here. We'll just quick 20-minute adventure on Dancing Green Savage. It'll be fun. And the person will still say, no, it's too hard. I have to watch a guide, you see. And I'm using Cole as an example because I am pretty sure Cole has literally done this. Cole has literally done this. Someone going, oh man, I want to get into Savage, but it's too hard. And then like Cole just like kicking in the door like, did somebody say Savage? So they exist. And what happens is that they really need to be pushed, but they'll still, sometimes still prefer to say no. So I'm just saying, I don't think we necessarily need more ways to make Savage easy, like old Savage content easier. Because the players that this would benefit wouldn't care, because, like, that's not actually the problem. Yeah, since I didn't want to try, but then this Danish streamer guy started a static. And that is true, a bunch of people in my static were like, not necessarily interested in Savage raiding at all, but then I said, hey. Steve says, I don't want to because I'm lazy. Yeah, exactly. That's also a fair reason. But there are genuinely people that'll say, like, that they'll give a reason, like, it's too hard. Because it is generally accepted that, oh yeah, it is pretty hard. So that, like, that's an accepted excuse. If they don't want to say, no, I just don't want to. Jacob says, we literally got someone who tried Savage once and cried about it after. To clear a tier on content after a while. And yeah, the thing is, it comes down to, will they put in the effort? That's really what it comes down to. Mimia says, I was stuck in Party Finder for too long to want to anymore. Yeah, that can also happen. But at that point, it doesn't have anything to do with the difficulty. So it is a difficult one, but I'm basically like the conclusion I'm trying to get at, Satsuma, is that while it would be cool to have these kind of options to like customize the difficulty, the people that this would possibly benefit the most, would probably just set it to max and say fantastic, and call it a day. I think, actually, if they added such a thing, I think what would be crazier is that I think some players would be like, oh yeah, okay, so I see that you put a slider so that you can increase your power. I have an idea. How about you could push it the other way? Like, what if, I'm just thinking, what if we could use this slider to give ourselves negative echo? And then, like, if that's what we're doing, then I'm like suddenly way more on board, because I know, yeah, exactly, like basically like Savage Plus. Like I'm saying, just was it yesterday that some people in the community Discord were like, imagine if you could double the HP on all of the bosses in Uwu. If you had such a slider, you could just nerf your party by like 30%. It's like, with that in mind, I could see it. Like, just adding it as like a general, like, customization option. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Kat. Actually, Elden Ring needs a hard mode kind of vibe. But yeah, speaking of my Savage raid team, if that is true, that like half my raid team are players that were like not actually necessarily interested in Savage, but then I came along. I mean, the reason why I started a Savage team and all that is because Sip really wanted to go. In fact, the origin of this whole journey was like near the end of Endwalker, Sip asked if I wanted to do Savage, and we had basically like looked into base sets and everything so that we knew what gear we needed, and we like started to like get ready for it. Maybe we'd like start to watch the guide for like P9S, so like saddle up for it, and then the problems with my PC started. And those of you that have been around for a while knows that this PC has been on a journey. So basically, that's why we never got around to it. And it took so long that then we got into Dawntrail. Raging Bull says it's taken us 2 months to get 10 mounts in this fight. Yeah, pretty much. Although, in fairness, it has been like a combined 15, maybe 14 hours or so. Over 2 months. So it's maybe not as bad when you think of it like that. Goes with G. Content that scales up or down 5 to 10% based on what difficulty people want to do. Sounds like a good idea. Too bad no one has thought of that before. Wow. Yeah, no one has ever thought about this for raiding. Ever. No one. But yeah, with this grind of essentially all of the Extreme and Savage mounts from the past being done, now I have to figure out what we do on every other Thursday instead. Tea time, but it's Alexander. We could reclay Extremes and Savage that some people missed. Maybe. I feel like that would work a lot better, not necessarily as a stream, Rust. Simply because, like, it would be easy to just, you know, grab, like, round up, like, 8 people and just do it. And then it wouldn't be a problem if you're like, oh, we only needed like a combined 10 mounts and it took an hour. What do we do now? Like that kind of idea? Or alternatively that just sit there coordinating it for too long? Walk and talk, but we walk backwards. Like every 1 week it's walk and talk where we walk out, and then the next week we watch clips first. The same clips, but in reverse. And then like we just walk the same path, but in reverse. Caitlin saying, specifically take me with you. See, that's what I mean, Caitlin, is that before before P8S, I brought genuinely anyone. Like, the requirement was basically, well, you need to have a level 100 job. And that was pretty much it. And, you know, like, gear for level 100. But that was it. And then we just go for it to see how many mounts we could get. And we have had extreme farms where we did 50 clears 1 week, and then like 2 weeks later we did 50 more. So like we reached a point where we got so many clears that one person actually bought the mount with the totems. You could mount farm M4S. That's again the problem, Cole, that it would be too hard. Eventually, we'll get to that. And I'm telling you, it'll be hilarious when we get to that. I know, Caitlin. The return of EE2 prog. Yeah. How early are you able to clear M4S now? Like, at what point are you saying? You skip 2/3 of phase 2? So where's that? You barely even see phase 2? Huh. Then, see, the clear thing, a detail there to keep in mind, Cole, is that the way I do these things, it is possible, genuinely, that you would see a totally normal M4S run. Like, damage relatively. Not saying that people bad, but I'm just saying that if I do these, when I do these kind of mount farms, for the most part, I'm not like, well, you need experience. Have you Savage raided before? Because at that point, I might as well just, you know, grab my own team, and we already have them out. So you would quickly run into people that might not be playing perfectly, might not be playing the rotation super well, and suddenly, we actually do have to do everything right, and that's where it becomes too hard. Yeah, exactly, Ham. Or people that are just not that overgeared. Community expert dungeon passing, that's content. I mean, I'm just saying. That, like, when I do my daily roulettes, I grab people from the community, and we usually do, like, if I do it alone, like, I just queue in and go, it usually takes longer, like, significantly longer. Could anyone, what do you mean, Andrew? No, Andrew, what I'm saying is you said could any join the mount run even have cleared the last few mounts in Savage? I don't understand the question. I think you missed a few words. What do you mean? Does I do anything to watch Criterion streams? Way back, I do believe we had one Allo Criterion blind stream. We didn't get that far. Caetsu's fun fact, first stream of you I watched. Oh, fantastic. I think that was also on a Sunday. Can anyone join your mount runs for Endwalker Savage Mount farm, even if they haven't cleared them? Yes, that was the deal. The thing is, when we cleared it, when we cleared P12S the first time, I think we had either 0 or 1 person that already had a clear in the party. Maybe 2. I hadn't cleared P12S before, so why should I require others to? That's not very fair. But the general requirement that sort of appeared for P8S and P12S that because these fights became, like, reached a difficulty level that they did, it basically meant that we kinda needed the first 8 to have the chops to do it, right? Like, not saying you needed to have cleared it before, not saying you needed Savage experience, but what's a good example? Nox does not Savage raid, but Nox is very good at learning a fight. And Nox is not afraid of goofing it up until they learn it. Basically, yeah, Cole, you needed to log in. So if you looked at the guide and panicked, then it should probably not be you. Possibly. Unless you had Savage experience and knew you'd get over it. But eventually the plan was, you know, bring people in. It's just that both P8S and P12S turned out to be so hard that even when we had reached the point where we were like, alright, we can grab in a new person, it wasn't just anyone that could be brought, necessarily. But there was no hard requirement. Like, I believe when we were farming P8S extra mounts, I was basically like, I was almost like going, alright, if you need the mount and you have experience, stand over here. If you need the mount and you're feeling confident, stand over here. And if you need the mount and you don't feel confident, stand over here. I basically said, show me your war face. And some people did not show me a war face. Like, some people were like, actually, I'll wait. I'm good. And thank you, Ardell. And I believe the reason why Ibis was suddenly grabbed was because we needed a replacement. And there, because we needed a replacement, we were like, if we have 2 people to pick between, and one of them has experience, then there's a better chance that the one that has experience will lead to anyone getting a mount tonight. Amy says, I wanted to go for it, you said no. There was more to it than that, Amy. Sometimes you said you wanted to go, but you had exactly 1 hour, so that didn't quite work. Sometimes you wanted to go, but we had already kind of locked in the Fantastic 8. So that would have been needed to be as a replacement. There was not a situation where I said, you can't go without some sort of asterisk of there's actually a reason why. And that reason didn't have anything to do with your skill level. The problem is, if it's a fight where we're like, it might take more than an hour, and you have exactly 1 hour, so that was kind of the problem. Anyway, I'll figure out what we do then. Shaq over here getting scammed with a very small axolotl. And yeah, exactly, Naomi. There were cases where we just went super overtime just to get 1 clear. Cultist, my first clear of P12S was me and my friend telling 4 other people their exact movements in Caloric. It was like playing chess. Yeah, if we had all been in voice chat, then there were definitely points where I could have been like, I could have just looked at our situation and gone, you go there, instead of us sitting there playing mime and hoping that everyone knows where to go. But because of the stream delay, I don't know if in the fight that everyone was actually like listening to me. And I don't know how long the stream delay would be, so I could be like, you go there, and then like 5 seconds pass. Or 2 seconds pass, and someone moves elsewhere. And then like 3 more seconds pass, and then my order comes, and then we wipe. Because my order was too late. And part of the reason why we don't just jump into voice chat is because I can control what I say, can't control what anyone else says. My static kind of knows, like, what's within reason. But if I just bring in, like, 8 people, then suddenly it might be difficult for me to be sure that YouTube goes just right. You would have them muted. I could, yes. That would also solve it. That is true. Just have a room where only I can talk. You get an adult marker on your channel. You see, the funny thing is, can you mute Discord to stream but hear it yourself? I could mute everyone. I'm pretty sure that I could make a room and just set it so that you need a specific role to not be auto-muted. You can hear them and they can talk to you, but we can't hear them. That would also be an option, but then I would have to massively change my OBS setup. I would at least have to significantly change it. Or somewhat change it. Yeah, that's true, Cole. Alright, Cardi, enjoy your evening. But that would be a way to do it. But it might also be extremely chaotic, because then I'm responding to people you can't hear. But that would be an option. So sometimes when I'm cooking or responding to people I can't read. Fair point. I guess I should be better at reading the question before I answer. But yeah, at least we got 10 mounts. Well, actually we got 11 mounts, right? Yeah, we got 11 mounts in total. Which I think is pretty good. But yeah, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well, so thanks so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. I'll also post the one I see. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And you'll also find the announcement room with links to the videos and streams when they come out, and if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link right there in the chat from Aradel. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thanks so much for the support. But that'll be it from me tonight, so good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!